This time, can we have roll call, please?
Mayor Pardon,
Here.
Vice Mayor Gore, Counselor Joyner,
Here.
Counselor Harris,
Here.
Counselor Denton,
Here.
Counselor Pelham, and Counselor Holloway.
All right, is there a motion to go into closed meeting pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A1 to discuss and consider personnel matters including boards and commission appointments, the assignment and performance of specific appointees and employees of City Council, and to the extent such discussion will be aided thereby, A5, to discuss a prospective business or industry or the expansion of an existing business or industry.
So moved.
Second.
Okay? Roll call, please.
Counselor Joyner,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yeah. Yes.
Mayor Pardon,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gore, Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham, Counselor Holloway.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right.
Okay, cut the mics off.
session. So is there a motion to come out of closed meeting?
Second.
All right, motion's been made by Counselor Holloway, seconded by Counselor Joyner. Is there any discussion? Seeing no lights, roll call, please.
Counselor Joyner,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton. Counselor Denton.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. She's not back here. Counselor Holloway.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Okay. Certification, please.
Certification pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3712D, where only public matters, 1, lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements, and 2, identified in the closed meeting motion discussed in closed meeting.
Roll call.
Counselor Joyner,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gore, Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway.
Yes.
Motion passes
Okay.
5-0.
Is there a motion to appoint Shamika Lewis to District 19 Board
So moved.
and Misty Pippin to the Board of Equalization?
So moved. Second.
Okay, motion's been made by Counselor Holloway, seconded by Counselor Harris. Is there any discussion? Seeing no lights, roll call, please.
Counselor Joyner,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gore, Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, moving on to our work session, Mr. Ward.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council. Tonight's work session is a follow-up to a work session that was held back in late January of earlier this year regarding the rental inspection program. At that January meeting, you were presented with some proposed changes to the existing rental inspection program that you all had requested or tasked the department to come up with these potential changes. And a lot of questions came out of that work session. So tonight I'm going to focus on what those questions were and hopefully provide some answers for you. And then in the future, we will bring back whatever changes you all recommend. We will bring back a revised ordinance to you for your consideration. So again, back in 2022, council tasked the development department with taking another look at the existing rental inspection program, which is essentially on the books, but it has been dormant, and to look at fees to strengthen compliance and to potentially add additional rental inspection areas. Again, back on January 24th, some of the questions that came out of that, I guess the largest question had to do with the initial inspection fee. And we were asked to look at some earlier presentations given by staff and also to follow up with the questions that you had. So real quick, the purpose of the rental inspection program is to maintain safe, decent, and sanitary living conditions for tenants and neighboring residents. And then there's also some ancillary benefits to the program. That would be to reduce blight, stabilize neighborhoods, build resident pride, improve impression of the city to outside visitors, foster community and economic development, and to help maintain real estate value in the city. There was a question about, I guess when this was presented to you all a number of years ago, that the city had been divided into 4 quadrants. And I went through every single file I could find, and including old presentations, and could not find the map that showed 4 quadrants. So in speaking with Ms. Loving, who is the city's will be the city's rental inspector if these changes are made, we decided if the goal was to identify those areas that showed the greatest need, that we would divide the city up into what we were calling zones, manageable zones. So based off the number of inspections a potential inspector could do through the course of a work week. So, and I'll explain those zones as we get into it. But we're working off the assumption that that one rental inspector could do 2 initial inspections a day, which would be approximately 44 a month and 550 for a year. That's per inspector. That's what we are anticipating. So these are how we actually divided the city into 15 different zones. And this chart shows you, and I'll show you a map after this, but this chart shows you the number of violations associated with each zone. So we tried to make a zone approximately, they're not going to be exact, but it's going to be around what we estimate to be about 150 rental units per zone. So as you can see, zones 15 and 1 were the 2 highest. And this is the number of code violations. So these would be Virginia Maintenance Code violations over the course of a 2-year period. So zone 15 had 175 and zone 1 had 171. Again, we feel like 2 zones would be a good manageable size for 1 inspector. So here's the map of how it breaks out. You can see zone 15 is down in Ward 7, and zone 1 is up in Ward 1. Hopefully you can see the blue lines there that show the various zones around the city. If not, we can improve on that for the next presentation. Question number 2 that came out of the last work session was, what is the estimated cost to the city to implement this program? And so we looked at the salary and benefits for 1 inspector, vehicle, gas, maintenance, and office supplies. And in your packet, you had an incorrect number. I had to increase that number for the presentation because it was not including benefits. So that's why you see a higher number here than you did in your packet. We estimate the cost of the program just simply from a staffing standpoint to be $70,380.
For 1 inspector.
For 1 inspector, yes, ma'am.
That's annual cost?
That would be an annual cost. Question number 3 was, how do the duties of a rental inspector differ from the duties of a code enforcement officer? And there's 3 primary differences. Code enforcement is primarily complaint-based, so someone will call into the code enforcement office and lodge a complaint. It'll get recorded and assigned to an inspector, and they'll go out and make an inspection. And they primarily are going there to inspect the basis of the complaint. And of course, it's code enforcement is focused on more than just residential property. There's commercial property. There's even vacant property where they're dealing with trash and debris or illegal dumping or things of those nature. Rental inspection is more of a preemptive program. The inspection would occur before a tenant would even move in on the initial inspection. The inspections are based off a checklist, which of course will be shared with all landlords, so they'll have the information up front and ahead of time. And it's focused strictly on housing. So those are the 3 primary differences between a code enforcement officer and a rental inspection officer. Question 4 was, what are the number of rentals by zone and ward? And approximately how many are absentee landlord properties? I'm not going to go through this whole chart, but at the end, if you do have questions about any of it, feel free to ask. By state code, we cannot create, the entire city cannot be a rental inspection program zone. State code does not allow that. wards are too large for one rental inspector to handle, so we feel like the zone approach is going to be the best, most manageable approach. Question number 5, what are all the fees associated with opening and operating a business in Hopewell? All I can really speak to here is what the costs are for somebody who simply wants to open a business. They would need to apply for business zoning approval, SEC registration, and business license fee. Business license fee is based off, I believe it's based off estimate on gross receipts. So it's going to vary just depending on what the business is going to be, but a minimum is going to be $155. The next question was, has the moratorium on evictions in Virginia expired? The answer is yes. It expired on June 30th of last year. Can guidelines be established for the exterior of all residential properties in the city? That was another question. In order to do citywide standards for exterior appearances of all residential structures, we would have to do a charter amendment. There are some towns in Virginia that have done that. For example, the towns of Vienna and Middleburg. They're all up in Northern Virginia. The other ways that the city can, quote unquote, regulate exterior appearances of residential structures is either through a local historic district or establishing a conservation district, which state law allows us to do. So questions 6 and 7 were kind of related, and that is, what is the average maintenance cost of a rental property, and what is the average maintenance cost of a business? They vary so much, I just felt like I couldn't really give you a meaningful answer there. I could give you a really wide range, but is that necessarily informative? I just didn't think it was. I couldn't find any universal numbers to use to even come up with something to answer that question. So back to the presentation in January. These were the fees that were proposed at the time. And remember, the department was tasked with looking at these fees to improve compliance with the program. That was the whole point of this. There was an initial inspection fee of $100, and then if there were minor violations at subsequent inspections, there would be a $100 inspection fee per visit. That's assuming that identified violations had not been corrected. There was a failure to schedule inspection of a $100 fee, and then unresolved major violations. That means a landlord would be notified numerous times of a violation and they failed to make the corrections. It would essentially go to a judge where they could assess between $500 and $2,500. Since the January work session, we were contacted by the Realtors Association, and they asked for a meeting. And so myself and Ms. Loving did have a meeting with the Realtors Association. They wanted to request that council consider adding exemptions for properties that are either owned or managed by someone who is certified, either Institute of Real Estate Management, the National Association of Residential Property Managers, or the Virginia Association of Realtors. From a department standpoint, we feel like it would be a best practice to, if the city or if council decides to re-implement this program, to not provide any exemptions, at least for the first year. We really need to see how the program's going to work. We need to see how landlords are responsive to the program. And then after, I would say, a year, you could potentially consider exemptions to the program. State law does allow exemptions. It doesn't specify who it has to be. So there could be other persons that could be added to an exemption list if council decided to go that route. Those were all of the questions that came out of the January work session, so I'm available to answer any questions you might have about these answers.
Okay. First person light that we had on was Vice Mayor Gore and then Counselor Holloway.
Thank you. Thank you for coming back to work on this. I apologize, I didn't get you the example of what I was talking about with the 4 zones, but you guys gave other options for that.
Okay.
So can you go back to the slide that you talked about with the 1 through 15? So were you saying just to do 2 sections now? Or did you say one person can do 2 sections?
Yeah, we think 2 zones would be, we would at least want to start with 2 zones. That would be approximately between 300 and 350 rental units over the 2 zones. We think that's going to be a manageable number for one inspector.
Okay. I'm just giggling because my ward is zone 8, and then we'll have 48 little things. I'll be at the end. So, all right. So then my other question is, in regards to what you said about the association, thank you for your recommendation. I know that there's differences of opinion on this, but again, going back to what prompted this request last year or year before last was about dealing with complaints from citizens because there wasn't that oversight for the health reasons and some other concerns.
Right.
And that's the biggest thing because they're in healthy conditions. I know Department of Development had even brought in workshops, know your rights, all those different things, but still the fact remains that there wasn't this level of oversight. Also, what prompted this was with the Spotlight program and looking at the derelict buildings and what we were going to demo them or do other alternatives. What we identified was the fact there's a lot of people who own houses here as rental properties that don't live in the state, and it was hard to get those people's attention because they were oftentimes, in other states, and that became an issue again with trying to make sure that people have the right representation in terms of absentee landlords, and those numbers are pretty high. But then also the third thing was appearances of the property and the concerns that came there about the housing stock, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm glad we came back to this, and glad you came with the compromise. But also, I brought this up because of the issue with crime, and as well. People want to see reduction in crime, boom, all these different things. So we're trying to figure out what we can do in terms of being creative with that project, right? Especially when it came to overdoses and shots fired. Looking at this as a way for those landlords who keep renting to repeat offenders to use it as a way to identify nuisance properties, to force evictions. Because looking at some of the data, you can see there's a correlation sometimes between properties like that. So just want people to understand that as well. That was also a way to help reduce some crime that we know is happening in some hot spots. But at the end of the day, all the things that we looked at the last 2 years of research, the Code of Virginia specifically says that real estate agents are exempt from having to get a business license. And so that was something else that was preventing us to have other options to bring to the table in regards to what we can do for this issue. So the last slide that you had in terms of the recommendations, I feel like that just goes back to that point of saying this is being ran as a business and have an exemption. So now, do you see what I'm saying? So I just want to make sure what staff is thinking along those lines. So now it's, again, the business entities are getting another break, whereas a homeowner who just has a rental property has to participate in this or may not be eligible for an exemption. So what is department's stance on that?
On the exemptions,
Well, I mean, looking at it from the perspective of allowing and now another carve out for business-like entities when the whole purpose is to address that gap.
we feel that there should be no one exempted from the program, at least initially.
Okay.
Am I not answering your question?
But is it just because you don't feel like anyone should be exempted because they want to try it out? But is there a thought specifically about these groups?
So it's nothing against these groups as they've been identified. We just feel that with the program, when it gets reinstituted, that we should really, if we're going to exempt somebody, we should base it off of whatever our experience is with that particular group of persons, let me put it that way, if it's certified real estate agents or somebody else, certified property managers. We feel like through the course of a year of going through the program, we would be able to understand at the end of the year whether persons who hold these various certifications are maintaining their property, and therefore it would make sense to exempt them. You know, there are benefits to exempting certain groups. It means you can be fairly rest assured that those properties are going to be maintained well, and it allows you to actually inspect more properties. But we feel like going through maybe 1 year of that, we could actually test out that theory if everyone was subjected to the program without any exemptions, and then come back later and look back at what the data tells us. And if we learn that properties that are managed by certified property managers or properties that are managed by licensed real estate agents, that those properties are, for the most part, compliant, then you could consider adding them to an exemption list.
Okay.
But that's really the thought
For
process.
rewarding, for showing that you can manage
For-
property.
For
as
showing that
opposed to
they
just
can
being-
maintain their property to a certain standard, and we don't necessarily have to worry about them
That's
with
fair.
violations. That was the thought process.
I can't hear because I keep talking. So that's fair. The other question I have is, I think last time we talked when you were here, I know you sent out letters. What was the response rate now that more time has lapsed for people to be aware this is being considered? Did you get more responses in, or was it kind of the same that you got last time?
We received one written comment and one email, I believe, is all we have received written comment-wise
Okay.
about the program
From all the people that you contacted?
from anyone and everyone.
Okay. Thank you very much. Is there anything else you want to add to that?
No, other than some people may have, we did send out postcards again, like we did last time, to notify folks of tonight's meeting. And I just want to make sure that everyone's clear that tonight is a work session, so
Right.
there's no opportunity for public comment, but that will happen at a public hearing at a future date. Outside of that, we can always accept written comments through email or the regular mail at any time. Just send them to the Department of Development if you have comments about this program.
Okay.
And
Thank you
it
guys
does
for
need to be in writing, please.
Thank you
Voicemail
for
doesn't.
following up in the research. I still support this for multiple reasons, so I just want to say thank you.
Certainly.
Okay. Counselor Holloway and then Counselor Denton.
We're still at the initial inspection being $100, which is what we voiced the last time, or just a couple of us anyway, voiced the last time as being an issue. I'm seeing minor violations being $100. So if a new landlord has purchased, a new person going into owning additional property, purchase a property that they have a mortgage on, going through all of these renovations and so forth, and the inspection is done to their property, even though they're paying taxes already, we still have an initial inspection. And then for minor violations, it's $100 per visit. So when you come out, initially you charge them $100, they violate it, you're charging them $100, and then you come back and you see something else, you're charging them $100 again per visit every single time that you're coming.
Okay.
So a person can come the first time, miss a violation, come in the house the second time, inspect the property, find another violation, and then the inspector has to come back and they're charging the landlords $100 again.
Yeah, so in the first re-inspection, there's no charge.
First who?
Re-inspection
First
is what we are proposing. Let me back up here. This is, the department was tasked with investigating adding fees to the existing program because of a lack of compliance. And that task was given to us by City Council a number of years ago. And then, of course, COVID intervened and all of that. So that's why it's taken so long, staffing changes, all that. That's what's taken so long for us to come back to you. You as City Council if you do not agree with these fees, you can simply remove them. They don't need to be here. They don't have to be here. We are simply providing to you what we were tasked with doing, and that is identifying potential fees that could accompany this program to improve compliance. So if as a body you don't agree with the fee structure that the department has proposed, you can change it. So I just want to make sure that that was clear, that if you removed a fee, it doesn't necessarily kill the program. I think there were some arguments for why the fee should be there in the first place, but there are also arguments as to why I could understand both sides, why you would not want a particular fee here. But ultimately, that decision's up to you. We are just presenting you with options.
I think what y'all have done is a phenomenal thing. I don't want that context misunderstood. I think it's an excellent thing. But I can't speak for the past council. I think this is an extraordinary idea because it causes landlords. There are people who are placed in housing that may not have the best credit situation or circumstances or whatever, and some landlords get by not doing what they're supposed to do, and they should be held accountable for such. It's just, and I think, you know, if they're not going to fix what they should be fixing, they should get those violations. It's just, you know, of my personal opinion that the initial one, I mean, even if we change the second one to be a little bit more, you know, but, you know, it's just my thoughts on the initial one.
Sure.
I also had a,
Just for clarification's sake on your original question, the way that we had proposed it would be the $100 initial inspection fee. If issues were identified during that initial inspection, there was no fee to come back after the certain period. You know, you want to give the landlord time to make those corrections. So there was no fee to come back for the first reinspection. It was only after that first reinspection.
if they hadn't complied.
If things were still incorrect and needed to be corrected, then that's when the second.
Okay, that makes me feel 1,000.
Yeah, just to be clear.
And the other thing, I concur with Vice Mayor Gore in regards, now, I want to be just, I guess, matter of fact, or whatever you want to call it. I definitely don't think we should be passing out any exemptions in this matter, whether or not they are IREM, NAR, PMVAR certified, because there's a lot of the bigger, I don't know what you want to call it, corporations or managing firms that might can pass through a certification, you know, it doesn't mean that they're doing that, what they're supposed to. And most of the complaints are coming from people who own 75 or more properties here in Hopewell. And so I am definitely against excusing them out of it because they got a certification behind their name. If they need to fix the property up, they need to fix it. Thank you again for all the research and time. I think it was it's a good program.
Thank you.
All right, Counselor Denton?
Yes, Mr. Ward. I guess my concern, of course, is I do drive around Hopewell a lot. I do see a lot of the housing in Hopewell that does need to be fixed up. And when I get calls, and I do get calls from the people in my ward as well as all over the city, but I have found out in the past years that a majority of the people I have the biggest problems with are in this report where it says the absentee landlords. I just had one recently, and it said they were located in Hopewell, right downtown. I did some research, found out they were in New Jersey. How do you have, when you can recognize that we've got 1,373 landlords that are absentee, they're not from around here, do we know how we can reach them? Because I'm having trouble. I can't do it. I've got a man in my ward that has a bamboo problem. and he has tried for years to get rid of the bamboo. The landlord won't do anything about it, so it continues to spread.
Right.
How do you reach these absentee landlords?
From a code enforcement standpoint, we always go by the owner of record, which is going to be on the tax card. And that's simply a mailing address. But our code inspectors often will talk to residents and find out who they're actually making their rent payments to and try to get contact information that way. I would imagine the rental inspector would be able to obtain information that way as well, is through the actual residents that live there. If we're unsuccessful in reaching them through the information that the city already has on file.
Oh, to pay the rent. I got it.
Yeah, I just want to be sure we don't set it aside because we can't reach them. Because we've got landlords here that we can pick up the phone and call them. But I want to be sure these absentee landlords know so many times they buy these houses in Hopewell and they're gone, they could care less as long as they're getting that check.
Our code enforcement guys and women do a great job of tracking down owners in those types of situations. I can't say we're 100% successful, but we have a pretty good response rate. So I have high confidence that absentee landlords will be aware of the situation and that they will be in communication with us and the program.
Okay, that's encouraging. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Next I had Counselor Pelham, and then I think it was Counselor Joyner. Or was it Counselor Harris? Okay. Then Counselor Holloway.
Yes. I need Vice Mayor Gore's help. When we initially do the inspection program years ago, we gave authorization to hire 2 inspectors. Whatever happened to those 2 people? Did they morph into something different, or are they still here?
See, she's talking about what my memory is. We talked about splitting it up into quadrants. I know you said you didn't see anything on it, and again, I did
Yeah.
go back to my
we
notes.
did.
We split it into 4 quadrants, and then when we gave it to 4 quadrants, this might trigger something for you. We also gave the authority for them to go to get some extra credentials to be able to do certain types of tickets, because that would expand the authority to be able to prepare for this program. And we did put aside money for additional people.
Did they ever get hired? Do you know anyone?
We hired one, and that's Ms. Loving, and
No,
she.
that's new. I mean,
She's been obtaining her certifications all along while we
but
work.
she just came on board. This was years ago when she was working.
No, how long, when did you come on board? Yeah, so she's been in the department for 2 years.
This has been years ago, 6 years, when the inspection program
Ms.
first
Stanton,
came
do you
about,
remember
is
we
what I'm
split it to
saying.
quadrants too and gave them the
Yeah.
additional?
Chief Tunstall, when he was.
What'd she say?
Chief
That's
Tunstall,
why
that's
you
fire
give them-
department.
Oh, that was the thing too. But
Okay, so
she's
anyway,
on to
so
something.
it
We're
was-
trying to
it
say
wasn't-
basically.
we gave- I just remember us giving money for 2 inspectors, and I just always wondered, maybe you can check with the previous, your, Tavia, Ms. Griffin and ads. Did those job descriptions get changed to be something different? I really would like to be interested in.
I could certainly check with the former director.
Or maybe we requested it and it never made it to the budget. I don't
Yeah,
know. But we did have a whole process to give you guys more credentials, more people, and split
Right.
to 4.
I know you've supported us in obtaining more certifications for our inspectors. The current budget doesn't support a second inspector at the moment. It's possible that the money was provided for that, and we may have been down on the combo inspector side, and they hired that. But I'd be happy to check with the former director on that and get some clarification for you.
Was
Yes,
that
sir,
it?
that's
Okay. Counselor Harris?
I just have one concern, and that is, why would a fee be necessary on an initial inspection if there are no violations?
it's what, number one, it's what other localities do, and I think they use that. I don't think the fees are going to offset 100% the cost of the program, but it is a way to offset somewhat the cost of the program. Is it critical? No. I would have to say it's not critical. It's not critical to the success of the program and the intent of the program. But I believe that's what other localities. That's why they have that, and we were simply modeling after what other localities in Virginia do with their rental inspection program.
Well, I haven't lived in Virginia long. In other localities, that's fine, but my question is it fair?
That's a determination for you all to make. Absolutely.
Understood.
Yes, sir.
Counselor Holloway, and then myself.
All right, so I just, I concur with that. I think we should consider flip-flopping it. We shouldn't punish those who are taking care of their property. To come out initial inspection, if everything's fine, we shouldn't charge them. We do know that the whole purpose of doing this is because there's plenty of people who are not going to be approved with that initial one and charge the people who have not complied. So I think we can just reverse those charges to the second one. My other thing was, I know by law, certain things are considered like an emergency for a tenant. And again, like Councilor Denton said, there are many people who aren't able to reach the landlords, unfortunately, in emergencies. Is that something that we would have to change in charter to require a contact number just in case there is some type of violation? Because if a person runs into emergency with something where the state code says the landlord has to come in and fix the toilet tonight because that's considered an emergency situation, or water or anything like that, and they can't contact them, is there any way that in this inspection program that they would be required to report updated telephone numbers? Because that's one of the major complaints that I receive is we can't contact these out-of-state people.
So the way that we envision unfolding the program and getting it started back up is we would do a direct mailing to all landlords utilizing the information the city already has on file for contact purposes. I mean, that's the address the city has that they mail the tax bill to. So you should be we should feel pretty confident that it's a valid address. Not 100%, but it's close. Contacting landlords through that address, they'll be required to register with us. So there's a form they'd have to fill out that if that address is different or there is a better way of contact, we'll be asking for phone numbers and emails as well, which the city does not have on file. So hopefully through the registration process on the front end that we will obtain that contact information right up front. So, and then that will go on file, and like you said, if emergency situations come up, we will have that information to notify them.
Okay. Yeah. Is that something, Madam Attorney, that we would have to? What do we need to do to make that a requirement?
I think it's just a regulation that Mr. Ward, as the director, can put into the program regulations if that's the city council's request. I don't think it would be a major change. It sounds as if, from what he's saying, that they collect that information anyway. And so once a landlord is registering with the program, all of their information is captured. And if it's found to be old or inadequate, then I believe once there's a re-registration, is that right? That the information would be updated?
Correct.
Okay.
And for clarification, I wasn't just talking about for the rental inspection program only, but for all landlords across the city.
Real estate.
Real estate. If it's in the case like Councilor Denton had mentioned, for the landlords who are out of town and, we find it impossible for, to be able to get in contact with them,
Right.
how can we require them to have an updated telephone number in emergency? It's
don't-
good for people who can contact their landlords, but
I don't know that the city collects just general, I don't know that there's a list of landlords that just generally, if they're not a part of the rental inspection program. Perhaps that's something that if city council is interested in, that can be developed through the department.
maybe we need to chart in something concerning that, because, I mean, it's a major thing. Thank you again for your time. The program is exceptional.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I'm going to echo similar comments from Councilor Harris and Holloway, that I still, hold the position that I don't think that we should have an initial fee for this, regardless of, what I think other, localities are doing. I think, for me, if I know that I have a piece of property and it's going to be inspected, then I'm going to do everything in my power to make sure that I pass my initial inspection, because, that's my freebie. And if I come back with no violations, then I'm good and in the clear. I mean, most reasonable people would do that. As I think, the majority of the good landlords, would do that, because they don't want to get hit with a bunch of minor violations and then have to end up, okay.
Better.
Apologize for those that couldn't hear me in the audience. But if you end up going and getting hit with, a reinspection, that's where, you should be, fining them, because they've proved that they didn't take care of their property. And that way, you're not punishing good landlords. You're holding, absentees and bad landlords accountable for, the neglect on their property. So, that's the big thing that I would like to ask with this program. And then for other counselors, when you speak, make sure that you can speak into the mic, because some of the members in the audience and online are having a hard time hearing. So I got Counselor Joyner, Gore, and then Denton.
All right. I just want to concur with a number of the counselors with regard to the initial rental inspection fee. I think that should be something that we consider removing. And I think it's a great program. I look forward to its implementation. I think it's been a long time. There's been this interval where we haven't had anything. And I think that it's important that we, move forward with it. So I look forward to its implementation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Vice Mayor Gore, and then Counselor Denton.
I apologize, Boy Scouts, we'll get to you in just a second. I really want this passed. I've been working on this for a while. So if the majority says they're fine with the thing at this point, it's a big leap from where we were last meeting. And the issue is literally the fees being on the front end or the back end. I am fine with you making that suggestion. The majority can concur with you doing that, because, again, this is not where we were last time. We're a lot further along. So that makes people happy. I understand the sentiment. And then it is to target the bad landlords. So I get the, whatever. So I would ask for a consensus to see who's fine with them making that adjustment and coming back to council with the attorney, if everybody's cool with that. So that way we can try to get it moving.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, as long as we, take out the initial inspection, I'm fine with it.
But if you fail, you do pay the fee.
Correct.
when you come back.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Correct.
Correct.
Okay. And then my other question makes me happy. Then my other question is, to Councilor Denton's point, for those who are repeat offenders, right, and you can't reach them, I forgot what was stated about what we do as the, I don't use the word punishment, but what do we do to rectify the fact that they're non-compliant or not
Consequence.
responsive to either the inspection, the notifications, or whatever. I forgot what explicitly was written in there from our standpoint to try to move that needle legally. What was the teeth we put in there?
In the rental inspection, yeah, we can attach a lien. We can fix the problem, hire a contractor to fix the problem, and then the cost of that is attached as a lien to the property, just like we do
the other
with
stuff.
tall grass or seasonal grass or trash and debris.
Beautiful.
if a property owner fails to make the correction and the city hires a contractor to actually make the correction, the cost of that is attached as a lien to the property. So we already do that.
That's beautiful.
So that goes back, Counselor Denton, does that, Counselor Denton?
Counselor Denton?
No,
I'm just gonna piggyback a little bit. I know, Mayor Barton, his properties are immaculate, I know. I know he, takes care of his properties, but we have a lot of landlords who do not. And there are good landlords and there's some that aren't so good. And we've got to keep this program going for the entire city. And I feel like it's only fair that you treat everybody fairly. And yes, there are gonna be some landlords you're not gonna have to go back to at all. I understand that. But I think, and I'll ask Miss Loving, she goes out and sees it, I know I have to. We have a lot of property in Hopewell that is in need of repair, in need of and most of the time I find out they're not local landlords. So, but we don't know that, and we've got to look at our entire city. We want to have an attractive city. We want the property to be clean. What broke my heart recently, I had a young couple, lived in my ward, had immaculate property. But right next door to him, they had someone who did nothing. Bicycles in the yard, trash in the yard, even some of the children went into their mailboxes. I helped report it to Fort Lee. Nothing can be done because the landlord is in the Army and he's overseas. So what happened to my couple that has paid their taxes in Hopewell? They moved to Prince George. And that's what's happening. We've got to address this problem. I go down the street in my ward that used to be the prettiest street in the city of Hopewell. It is not today. I was appalled. So we need good landlords. There are people who cannot afford housing. And we need good landlords to give them good pieces of property to live in. But if they abuse that, we've got to have a means to keep our city clean, orderly, and attractive. And unfortunately, some of the good guys get hurt in the process. But we're doing it for our city. Thank you.
Counselor Pelham?
I'll pass.
Okay.
That's okay.
All right. Seeing no other lights, thank you, Mr. Ward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to go ahead and go into our regular meeting. Roll call, please.
Counselor Joyner?
Here? Yes?
I'm sorry. Mayor Parton?
Here.
Vice Mayor Gore?
Here.
Counselor Harris?
Here.
Counselor Denton?
Here.
Counselor Pelham?
Here.
Counselor Holloway?
Here.
7-0.
Okay. All right. I want to thank everyone for coming out to tonight's city council meeting. We will have the prayer by Reverend Danny Tucker and followed by the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag by Counselor Denton. Please stand.
Let us pray. Most gracious Heavenly Father, we praise you and we thank you, dear Lord, for your holy presence, and we thank you, Lord, for watching over our dear city of Hopewell. We thank you, Lord, for our city leaders, Lord, our public servants, and we thank you, Lord, for the love that they have for our city and their commitment to service. Dear Lord, we pray you will bless them with wisdom, O Lord, to make the tough decisions of government. And we pray, Lord, that you will grant unto our teachers and our fire department and our police, Lord, your protection and your safety. We thank you, Father, for the love that you have for our city, and we thank you, Lord, for the love that we are learning to have for our city. We praise your holy name and we bless you. Amen.
Amen.
All right, at this time, we'll move into our consent agenda. Is there a motion to, a regular agenda? Is there a motion to amend or adopt the regular meeting agenda?
So moved.
Second.
To adopt?
So
Okay.
moved.
Second.
All right, seeing no lights, roll call, please.
Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Joyner,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
and Counselor Holloway.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Okay. Is there a motion to adopt the consent agenda?
So moved.
I'm sorry, who moved?
Counselor Pelham, and then seconded by Vice Mayor Gore. All right, seeing no lights, roll call, please.
Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Joyner,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
and Counselor Holloway.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Okay. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to Vice Mayor Gore for a special presentation.
Oh, I appreciate this. I'll ask for the troop leader to come up. So basically, I was contacted by a local Boy Scouts troop that wanted to come and present to City Council in regards to gun violence and as a project for them. So I will pass it over to their leader to do introductions and share how they're going to proceed. And then I'll ask council to please ask these rock stars a few questions in regards to their presentation. The floor is yours, Ms. Tunsil.
Thank you. Good morning, City Mayor and City Council.
It is morning somewhere.
It's been a long day, I'm sorry. All right, so as a part of the Cub Scout program, our Cubs are asked to look at different changes in their community and to select one issue in their community, then to present their ideas for a solution for that problem. Usually our Cub Scouts will pick activities like doing care packages for animals or nursing homes or working on conservation projects for the community. This time the kids were very passionate about the crime in the area, especially since it ended in the death of one of their schoolmates. When we talked about what the kids could do to help with that problem, the kids became energized and gave a lot of suggestions of what they can do. We settled on a cartoon to show our community what anyone can do to help stop violence. We hope that you like this cartoon so much that it encourages you, City Council, and as people in our community to do your part to help. We also hope that you will share this cartoon so that everyone will be a part of the change.
Hello, let me tell you a story. It's a short story on how anyone can stop violence near them. This story is called Hopi's and Wella's Bad Day. One day, Wella the dragon cub and Hopi the tiger cub were playing at the playground. Wella and Hopi see Smusky and Woodick staining the playground and chasing others with a very bad smell. Wella is scared at what the bad guys are doing and runs to tell Weebelos the bear. Weebelos is a trusted adult, and he listens to everything Wella is telling him, Wella even tells Webelos about LeBang with the bamboo stick. LeBang is over by the school, hitting the building with his bamboo stick. Webelos tells Wella, thanks for being observant and letting an adult know if you see or hear something that makes you feel uncomfortable, nervous, or frightened. While Webelos goes to get some other people to help monitor the playground in school, Wella and Hopi ask Smusky and Woodix why are they being mean. Don't you like playing on the playground too? Smusky and Woodix think about it and apologize for destroying the playground. They hadn't thought about how they were messing up stuff that they enjoy. LeBang hears them and says he is still going to destroy the school because he doesn't like it and his teacher is mean. Hopi and Wella say, do you think the coach and the gym teacher are mean? What about the cafeteria lady? They're at the school too. Just because you get upset with your teacher doesn't mean you have to destroy the school. Webelos says, that's right. You can sit down with your teacher to talk about what's upsetting you and see if we can make things better. LeBang says, okay, that's not a bad idea. So here are some facts. Tell someone. If you are a victim or a witness to violence, tell someone. Take all violence and abuse seriously. Remember to always take a stand. When you witness any form of abuse, stand up, step in, or shout. Be an individual. Think for yourself. Don't follow the crowd and fall into peer pressure. Take back the power. Remember, putting others down doesn't raise you up. There is no reason to be abusive or violent towards anybody. Wrong. 24/7. Violence and abuse of any type that happens at any time is wrong. Be a friend. Help the person that's being abused. Spread the word. Comfort the person who is hurt and make it known it's not fair. Stay cool. Try not to respond to violence with anger. Settle arguments with words. Don't stand around and form an audience, and learn safe routes when walking in the neighborhood and know good places to seek help. Trust your feelings. Report any crimes or suspicious actions to the police, school authorities, or parents. Stay away from guns and other weapons and help younger children learn to avoid being crime victims. Set a good example.
Created using Powtoon.
So I think that the task was to see if council members had any questions of the scouts that they would like to ask. And I'll pass over.
So I see Counselor Harris, Counselor Holloway, and then myself.
I just have one question, because I see little ladies also as Cub Scouts. Long time ago, when I was a Cub Scout, they wouldn't let the ladies be with us. And they call them brownies. Do they still call the ladies brownies?
So Brownies is part of the Girl Scouts program. We are still part of the BSA, the Boy Scouts of America program, so we are all-inclusive. We allow children of whether they're boys or girls to be a part of our program now.
That's excellent, and this is exciting for me.
Thank you.
Okay, Counselor Holloway?
Thank you all for coming tonight. It was quite amazing. And I asked before you leave, can you come grab a picture in front with us? Mm-hmm. And what's your favorite part of being a Cub?
Pull it.
You take the microphone down.
Pull the mic down. You can't hear.
She was moving with a purpose.
What's your favorite part of being a Cub Scout?
Being a scout, just being a scout.
Oh, so sweet.
Doing creative activities.
Doing creative activities, yes. Same thing.
Johnny?
So, can one of y'all tell me why you decided to do this cartoon?
No public speaking.
Because we want to stop the violence.
Very good.
Beautiful.
All right. I think Councilor Vice Mayor Gore.
Sorry, I have one last question. I know you guys practice, so don't get shy now. I know y'all been working on these questions all week. Do you feel safe in your school or neighborhood now? You want to say something?
Come on.
Yes.
You do?
Yes.
Why?
Because it's safe. I do not.
She says she does not.
I do not. Because they were shooting at our school.
She said what?
She said that there was shooting at the school. So they told us of an example last week where they were on the playground and they had to shelter in place because they heard gunshots in the neighborhood nearby. So that was one of the things that brought concerns to them.
Thank you so much.
I just want to say thank you guys so much for this, and just remember that you guys are the next generation of leaders and role models, and so continue to be good stewards and being good citizens, because you can help break this chain of violence that that we've seen, and you can be a part of the positive change that we wish to see in this community. And so this time I'd like to ask all members on council to come forward so we can take a lovely picture with these great champions.
No, we'll come in front of you so you can do like this here.
Thank you.
I'm staying on me.
I do too.
They are two favorites right there. It's two favorites right there. They show
That was real nice.
All right, we're going to move on to our public hearings. Ms. Ferguson Smith, will you please read the statement?
All persons addressing council shall step to the microphone, give their name, and if they reside in the Hopewell, their ward number, and limit their comments to 3 minutes. No one may address council more than once per meeting unless granted permission by the presiding officer. Speakers may address the council as a body, but not individual councilors. Questions are asked of councilors and staff through the presiding officer. Any person who makes personal, impertinent, abusive, or slanderous statements or incites disorderly conduct in the council chamber may be reprimanded by the presiding officer and removed from the meeting upon a majority vote of councilors present, excluding any councilor who is the subject of the motion. This is according to Rules 405 and 406.
Okay. For our first public hearing, it's on dog boarding. Mr. Ward?
All right, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council. Tonight's public hearing relates to a conditional use permit application that was submitted by Downtown Pups LLC. We did the workshop back on May 9th, or work session, I should say. So this presentation will follow along the same lines as the work session. And then the applicants themselves have a quick presentation for you as well. The CUP request is to operate a pet shop with incidental kennel boarding at 246 and 252 East Broadway. Again, the applicant is Downtown Pups LLC, and these properties are located in Ward 2. The current zoning is B1, which you may remember, we just recently added this use to the B1 zoning district, which in the ordinance is stated as pet shop with incidental boarding kennel with conditional use permit. Again, the public was notified through ads in the Progress Index, and letters were sent to adjacent property owners. This map here on the left shows you from the comprehensive plan what the future land use designation is for the downtown area. And then on the right, on the left is zoning, on the right is the comprehensive future land use plan. Future land use for the downtown area says commercial mixed use. Here's a floor plan that we showed you at the work session for the space at 246 East Broadway, and then the outside dog area would be at 252 East Broadway, which is the adjoining parcel. So the pet shop with incidental boarding kennel is currently permitted in B1 with a conditional use permit. The comprehensive plan designates this area as downtown commercial mixed use, and staff considers pet boarding a personal service for pet owners. So it would be compliant with the comprehensive plan. And the applicants have been working closely with staff and with the Planning Commission to come up with some agreed upon conditions that will go along with the approval. Planning Commission voted 5-0, and they recommend approval of the CUP with the following conditions. Number one, that the CUP is granted exclusively to the applicants, and there was an addition made by or suggested by council at the work session that any future business partners would be included in that approval. Number two is city staff will provide a written report every 6 months for 2 years to both Planning Commission and City Council, just to relay if there are any issues going on with the operation of the business. Condition 3 is the operator will keep a tally of the number of dogs on site at any given time. Condition number 4 is the outside run area would be limited to the hours of use between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. Number 5 would be indoor cleaning regimen according to the Code of Virginia. Condition number 6 is that dog pickup and drop off would be between the hours of 6:30 a.m. and 7 p.m. Condition 7 is a similar cleaning regimen, but this would be for the outdoor area, and that would be at least twice daily. Condition 9 would be to maintain adequate refuse containers. Condition number 10 is to double bag solid waste and store in waste bins that are kept at the interior of the building. Condition 11 is interior liquid waste would be collected with absorbent material, and the exterior areas of the business, it would just be treated with cleaners, disinfectants. And condition 12, these particular cleaners must be pet safe and biodegradable. And lastly, condition number 13, noise must not exceed 65 decibels exterior to the building in compliance with the city's noise ordinance. At the public hearing held at the Planning Commission, one downtown business owner did speak in favor of the CUP. The department's not received any written comments. Again, I've already mentioned this, but the outcome from the work session on the 9th was to add the additional business partners to condition number 1. I'm available for any questions at the moment, but the applicants do have a short presentation for you, which I guess they'll go ahead and do that. And then if you do have questions, you could ask either myself or the applicants.
We're just gonna let them go first.
Good evening, council, mayor, vice mayor, Michaela. This is Liz, being Downtown Pups. You've seen us quite a few times already. So we just have a short presentation, basically kind of explaining things a little bit more in detail. We're not going to take too much time tonight going over it unless you guys have some major questions at the end.
So as of right now, we are a grooming salon and pet boutique in the downtown Hopewell area. So we're looking to expand into boarding and daycare. So this slide shows the floor plan of the building that we are planning on moving to. You'll see that the boarding and daycare areas are towards the back of the building. Towards the back of the building, and they're not up against any other building. Okay. There we go. Sorry, I skipped a part. And we do want to add that the daycare and boarding would also provide at least 15 jobs in the downtown area. There we go. Okay.
Now you're on.
Sorry. It's been a long day. Alrighty, there we go. So we know that some of the biggest concerns for the city is noise and odor. So I just want to kind of go over some training techniques that we found for noise control. We have talked to several daycare and boarding owners, and we have also toured several facilities. So we got a lot of really good information for that. So keeping a calm environment will help reduce the excessive barking, as well as exercise and mental stimulation, like interactive toys, agility course. This all can keep a dog focused and entertained. And what I love to tell people is a tired dog is a happy dog. And a happy dog is a quiet dog. Train with a quiet command by using a treat or a toy. This is something I practice with my own personal dog, so I'm very knowledgeable in that. And then anxious dogs can tend to bark when they're nervous. So swaddling wraps, playing classical music, and calming supplements have all been proven to help with the anxious dogs. There is also a quiet dog daycare workshop that a lot of doggy daycare and boarding owners take. And we are currently taking that course as a continued education. So the odor control. We currently work very hard to keep a clean environment in Downtown Pups. We use Scentus services to keep the salon clean. We have our rugs washed weekly. We use candles, air fresheners. We mop daily. We use air purifiers. So all of these things is something that we currently already do and will continue to do once we expand. So some reasons why you should support our expansion. We wish to help beautify the area, adding flowers along the fence line. We have an artist on staff that does window art every month. If you guys have been down there, you would see all the beautiful window art our guy does. The daycare and boarding facility can generate at least 15 new jobs down here. We would love to work on bringing more positive tension to Hopewell. Our clients right now are currently traveling to Richmond and Chesterfield for daycare and boarding. So we are willing to provide this service to them to bring more people back into Hopewell. We have already been approved for daycare at our current location. And when we were operating daycare, we had no complaints. And I would also like to add that the downtown area is very dog friendly with at least 6 local dogs that walk down there multiple times a day. All of the apartments in that area are also dog friendly. And yeah, we would be happy to answer any questions for you.
All right. I saw one light from Counselor Holloway.
I had saw in the previous presentation. Now, I've had over 100 dogs in my lifetime. We used to breed them. And that thing said that you double bag and will be keeping the waste inside. Double bagging, triple bagging, quadruple bagging never
Correct.
lowers the smell. Is there a reason why it has to be contained inside and not
So-
in a...
What I think that they were getting at with that, and we spoke with Chris and Planning Commission on that, they didn't specifically want us to keep it all contained inside. I think they wanted us to double bag it inside for the time being while it was inside, and then, dispose of it outside at the time. That was from our understanding with council, because we had the same question. It doesn't matter how many times. I mean, we double bag if we got to, and we do it already. Just trying to get
I
our
just saw
staff in
that
a
written
routine
up
with
in
it.
there, so I didn't want it to be something that it's in the conditional use, and I didn't want it written down, and then
We good.
it'd be some problems later on, because I was like, I know they don't got to keep that thing. It said interior
Yeah,
storage.
'cause-
Matter of fact, it said interior storage because I wrote down interior storage for waste. It has to be double bagged and stored inside. Is that any clarification on that?
Yes, that was the condition, is that it would be stored inside. The concern was that with once a week trash pickup and in the heat of summer, with it being outside and with apartments literally on either side of this business operation, that might become a problem. So the thinking was they would need to store it inside, except for those days when trash pickup does occur. I was trying to find my staff report.
I just don't, I don't know if, is it more past dog owners or current dog owners on council, but I don't see that being a good thing. Because it's gonna make the inside of their business reek. And I don't know.
Well, that was our concern.
Yeah.
If it's gonna be that bad on the inside, which is a climate-controlled area, imagine what it's gonna be on the outside. If it's, on a 96-degree day. We're trying to make sure that we're taking everyone's considerations into consideration here. Again, these are conditions that we are proposing. You don't have to agree with them as a
Right.
council, so you can strike whatever you want. But
That's
that was our thinking behind it. And when we researched other kenneling operations in like higher dense areas, like a downtown area, that was a common condition. But again, we're willing to work with. They were fantastic applicants to work with. They've been very agreeable all along, willing to work with us. They've understood where we were coming from and what our concerns were. You have the ability, you can make that maybe a little more, give a little more wiggle room in that particular condition if you want, to where, if it becomes a problem, then we can require interior storage. I'm not sure what you want to do on that.
Or maybe y'all can look into, I was passed a note to say you can look into some kitty litter and put it in a canister or something outside.
Yeah.
So you won't be stuck with that inside, or whatever works out best. I know it's conditional use. I just didn't want it to be, because I was just thinking, like, my Lord, if it's contained smell inside and they are connected to other apartments.
The apartments actually, to the east of their operation, are not connected to this building at all. And the apartments to the
Above
west
them.
of this operation are actually on the second floor, but the
Right.
building, they don't share a wall on the
Okay,
second
good.
floor.
Okay.
So in terms of noise, they're correct. They don't share
Right.
a wall for the noise. I don't think the odor will be an issue from interior. If you think it's a concern, you could strike that condition altogether and just make it so that, like I said, the applicants have been fantastic to work with. I know if they were to store it outside and it was to become a problem and they were made aware of it, they would take actions to fix it.
I
I'm
would rather
confident of
strike that. I don't want to hold them to messing up business, and we want their business to grow. I mean, it
Sure.
has to be agreeable by council, but.
And we would
we'd-
like for you to take action tonight on this as well.
And I also would like to make a motion to approve this. Well, do we need
We
to?
still need to do the
We have to do the
public
public
hearing.
Oh,
hearing
well,
section
yeah, I forgot.
first.
Well, I'll come back and do it again.
Okay.
But I would like to take action on striking that, do I need to make a motion for that?
Once we did finish the public hearing.
All right,
Thank you.
thank you.
All right, Counselor Joyner and then Counselor Pelham.
Yes, I would disagree with striking anything. If you have investigated other urban facilities like this and they double bag and keep it inside, if that's what they do, if that's the case, then that's fine. If they don't, I think you just need to be using whatever best practices you have learned through your discovery process. If double bagging it inside is not what you think needs to be done, then, we can certainly entertain Councilor Holloway's idea. But I just want to say, I think this is a great expansion of a business. It's terrific. It's the first time that somebody has said, well, we've been successful and we're going to expand it and we want to stay downtown. And the fact that it is going to build foot traffic, that's a big, big plus for all the hospitality venues that we have coming downtown. So I want to say thanks and congratulations on all the success you've had thus far. And, I look forward to voting on it and getting you down here expanded. Thank you.
All right, Counselor Pelham?
Yeah, I was just going, is there any, what does the animal shelter do with their waste, And is there a facility that you could haul it away per se, somewhere else? I don't know. Do you know anything? Is that a possibility? Taking it
Like a
daily to a-
special service
Yes.
that would, I'm not aware of any special
know,
service and we
ladies?
didn't investigate that.
Okay, that's what I want to know. Okay.
And in terms of the animal shelter, I'm not sure what they do either. We can
Probably
certainly
doesn't matter. 'Cause
find
they don't have
out.
customers per se, like sheep, they will.
Right.
Okay, just a thought, maybe someone could research that on Siri. Ask Siri.
Oh, Siri.
All right, Vice Mayor Gore?
I'm sorry we're on this topic. Now that I think about it, but all right, it's kind of weird now. Now you got me thinking. The funny thing is, Miss Pelham knows I love dogs. Like I
She knows
love
what
dogs,
I'm getting
and
to
she's
like.
getting used to dogs. At first, she was not a dog friend. Now she's coming along. She got a grand pup. So, so I guess my question is, because I didn't think about this whole thing. If there isn't a way to have like a special pickup or something, like, do y'all have a concern about double bagging?
We don't get complaints now when we throw it in the trash, and it doesn't smell off the sidewalk. Our
Right.
trash can is on the sidewalk.
But you're not boarding dog, like, would that, I mean, it's gonna, the volume's gonna, can you come, Chris, I don't wanna miss.
Yeah, you have to.
But wouldn't the volume increase since you're gonna be boarding dogs?
Yes, it would increase, but I mean, we do at least 30 dogs a day currently at the grooming salon, and I do have to say, we have quite a lot of poopers. And we also do pick up the poop on the sidewalks and such, and the city also does provide poop bags for pedestrians on the sidewalk to throw in the city trash cans. So I don't know how you could say it would stink anymore. They make trash can lids and they don't stink.
I don't know if it's not if it stinks more versus it's gonna be more volume.
Correct.
I think that's the thing. If you have them overnight,
Right.
and that's gonna be the change there, not
So when we had daycare previously, we were using a diaper genie to throw the bagged poop in and contain the smell. And then we would throw it in the trash can outside when it was full enough to go out. And we didn't have any complaints for that as well. So that's something that we would definitely take into consideration to do again, to keep any smell in until it's trash day.
I mean, but if it gets to the point, if it gets to the point where it's too smelly, we come back and be like, hey, it really stinks.
Yeah,
You
but
know?
I think you be coming back. I think we be getting complaints.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Like, I mean, I can catch the complaint before, I can tell when it's gonna get too smelly before anything, or, I mean, I didn't know this one was gonna be.
I know. So I'll ask. This is so random, but it makes you question, right?
No, absolutely.
Mr. Ward, let's say I don't know what council wants to. I don't know. I'm just asking a question. When we get through the public hearing, in terms of what the terms are, could we do something in which we have must have a internal unit that mass smell like a, I'm not gonna say diaper genie, but you know what I'm trying to say, like some way to seal it. And if that does not work, the city shall be able to implement. Like, is there a way you can do something like that? Word it to a way that you can go ahead and execute a new directive without having to come back and go through this process again?
I can also add that I've been working in funeral services for 21 years, so your dog poop smell does not compare to some of the smells that I've had to smell, and there is appropriate odor eliminators. I'm just telling you honestly, there is appropriate odor eliminators that come in like powder form that help a lot, and even the worst of smells using coffee grinds.
Okay, but let me finish asking him. Like, can we do like that verbiage or attorney to do that?
You certainly can. And if I may make a suggestion, you could reword it to where you make it more generic, but it basically says that the condition is that they will follow proper waste disposal procedures to minimize odor.
Yes.
And leave it and let them figure out what the best way is to do that.
Absolutely.
You've still set it as a condition.
Yeah.
That they would have to meet, but it's up to them on how they want to achieve that.
Okay, fine, but semicolon. If there is X amount of complaints for X amount of time, the city shall be able to impose a remedy. That's what I'm trying to say.
So essentially, the nature of the conditional use right there, you have the ability, if they fail to meet these conditions, you have the ability to revoke the CUP. And that's,
I'm not trying to revoke it. I'm saying to make sure you have the ability to offer another.
so you will. So one of the conditions is the department will be reporting to you for the first, or every 6 months for 2 years, I believe is how the condition was stated. So if there are any issues, I will be bringing those to you where we're not just going to point out what a problem is. We're going to offer a solution on how they can, if there is a problem, on how they can fix the problem. So that would be in the report to you every 6 months.
I'm trying to give you more freedom to act in the way that.
I think, let's try to game plan this out. So say the department was to receive a complaint for, okay, it smelled. Somebody can smell something that's unpleasant. Our first task is not to come running to you to report that. We're going to go to the business owner. We're going to inform them of the complaint and give them an opportunity to fix it. I mean, that's just part of what we do anyway. You always want to give them an opportunity to rectify an issue. They may not have even been aware of it. So we're going to do that regardless. I think the only time you would ever be where the department would make a recommendation to revoke would be if it was just constant neglect in terms of the conditions set forth.
Yeah, I'm not talking about revoking it. I'm
Okay.
saying for you to amend to have the flexibility to amend the term.
I
to make it
can't,
a little bit more strict. I think the city attorney, I think she was asking my attorney. Can you?
I understand what you're saying, but I think probably the wisest approach would be to
Get closer to the mic.
craft the
They
condition.
can't hear you.
I'm sorry.
Could you get closer to the mic?
I'm bad about that. To craft the condition so that if the condition is not met, the permit can be revoked. So what Mr. Ward is saying probably is the best and the wisest approach, just to
Okay.
kind of give the business owners the freedom to kind of meet what the need is, and if that is reported back to city council that the need is not met, or the condition is not met, then there can be a different discussion with regard to the
Right.
to the
I'm just
cup.
trying to skip that step, right? Because
Yeah.
what I'm trying to say is nicely, like they have the whole double bag thing. They're cool with it. Okay, that's practice, but maybe there's a softer way to go about it. Their method, if it works, great. If it doesn't work, instead of revoking it, just you have the discretion to say back to the double bag before it gets to revoke. That's what I'm trying to say, without having to.
Right.
I think my initial suggestion of maybe rephrasing that condition that states
Broadly.
they will be required to properly store solid waste in a manner that minimizes odor,
Yeah.
and let them decide the best way to do that,
Okay.
to me would make the most sense. In terms of flexibility in a condition that,
It's fine.
does that make sense?
Yeah.
Because it's
Not
it's a
really,
little
but
more
I will
difficult. I
concede.
understand what you're trying to accomplish. It
It's
just makes
okay.
it actually makes it a little more
Complicated,
complicated.
yeah.
Yeah.
Before we
Yeah.
go any further, since we only got 5 minutes left in the meeting, can I have a
Yes.
motion to extend the meeting until we finish our closed session?
So moved.
Second.
Okay? Seeing no lights for discussion, roll call, please.
Mayor Pardon,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Councilor Joyner,
Yes.
Councilor Harris,
Yes.
Councilor Denton,
Yes, but I can't stay for closed.
motion to extend?
I said yes.
Okay, yes, ma'am. Councilor Pelham,
Yes.
Councilor Holloway,
Yes.
motion passes 7-0.
Okay. All right. Does anyone else have any questions for Mr. Ward or the applicants?
No, I just have a statement. I think, concur with Councilor Joyner down there. Thank you for your business, and we definitely wish you the best, and just want it to be very successful and less of a hassle for you. So much success for your business, and thank you again.
Okay. This time, I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. I do not have anyone signed up for this specific public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak on it? Mr. Elades.
Elliot Elides, Ward 3. Good evening, councilors, mayor, vice mayor. These are my neighbors downtown, my daughter's store, and we love them to death. I think you should take a moment, though, and realize what's going on here. Earlier, you had these young Cub Scouts, Hopewell products, at least Kayla, right? She's a product of Hopewell's schools as well. At the same age, she was in school with my daughter. So I think you're having a pretty good night, having these young ones that are coming up, doing nice things. You have these younger ones than us, at least me. They're doing great things, and that's where I want to leave you with. They're young entrepreneurs doing great things for downtown. Not just the dogs. They've done festivals on their own. They've brought people to the downtown area. They're doing things for Hopewell too. It's not just downtown. Their interest in expanding is commendable. Working with the planning commission, the planning department, with the director of planning is amazing. I mean, they are much more patient than myself, maybe. But and I watched them negotiate and go back and forth, and I think it's been a great thing. So not only do I assume and hope that you'll vote in the positive, but I do appreciate your willingness to tell these young people how good of a job they're doing. And by saying yes to this motion, I think, in essence, that's what you're doing. You're allowing them to grow and triple the size of their store. I hate to see them move, but they're only moving like 50 yards down the block. But they're tripling the size of their store. That's amazing. So with that, I hope you'll vote for it, and I wish them all the best. Thanks.
All right. Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to speak on this public hearing? Okay, hearing none.
There's someone coming, someone coming.
Got one.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes. My name is John Shelton. I am concerned about a problem in Hopewell that seems to be overlooked a little bit.
Is this on the dog boarding?
No, excuse me.
Okay. All right, is there anyone else in the audience that would like to speak? Okay. All right, public hearing is now closed.
I'd like to make a motion.
Counselor Denton.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion
You heard me
that
making that
we
motion.
approve the CUP.
Can you speak in the mic?
Okay. I would like to make a motion that we approve the CUP application for the Downtown Pups LLC to add overnight dog boarding with the conditions put forward tonight by staff for their business at 246-252 East Broadway. Good luck.
Friendly amendment to add the caveat that we just discussed.
Yeah, I think.
Yes,
Well,
I
I
think you
think-
should get
yeah.
the verbiage from Mr. Ward so that way it's on record correctly.
So how have you put it?
I think it was condition. We were suggesting changing condition number 10 to read solid animal waste generated from the pet shop and boarding kennel operations, both inside and outside, shall be stored properly to minimize odor.
Yes.
You want me to read the motion?
And I
I
believe,
second that.
yeah, I believe we were just going to leave it at
So
that.
Counselor Denton, that's your motion is to approve it with the amendment
if
to
you would
condition
add
number
that
10 to reflect what
condition.
Mr. Ward said? Is that what your motion was?
Yeah.
Okay.
I second it.
All right, and it's been seconded by Counselor Holloway. Is there any other discussion? Seeing no lights, roll call, please.
Mayor Pardon?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gore?
Yes.
Counselor Joyner?
Yes.
Counselor Harris?
Yes.
Counselor Denton?
Yes.
Counselor Pelham?
Yes.
Counselor Holloway?
Absolutely, yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Motion to adjourn.
Congratulations.
Go to closed session.
No, we're not done yet.
Oh, Lord.
Um,
My motion back.
We're going, moving on to public hearing number 2, the tax rate resolution. Dr. Manker?
Mayor Parton, Vice Mayor Gore, tonight I am here to propose the tax rate for 2023. On April the 25th, we approved the real estate tax. Tonight, I'm asking you to approve the resolution for personal property tax, machinery and tools, meals and lodging. The proposed tax resolution for FY '24 will hold a machinery and tools, tangible property, meals and lodging tax rate constant with the FY '23 budget. It is proposed to adopt the machinery and tools rate at $3.10 per $100 of assessed value. Tangible personal property of $3.50 per 100 assessed value. Mills and tax rate of 6% remaining constant, and lodging tax 8% for the calendar year of 2023. Staff recommends action tonight to provide ample time for the production of mailing and tax bills. Tonight's public hearing was advertised in the Richmond Times and the Progress Index per the requirements. And tonight's public hearing is giving the citizens the opportunity to express their thoughts. But just to reiterate that the property taxes proposed for this budget is to remain the same.
Okay. Are there any questions for Dr. Manker before we open the public hearing? All right, seeing no lights. Public hearing is now open. I have one person signed up for the public hearing tonight, and that is Anthony J. Zevgolis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council.
Mr. Zevgolis, can you speak into the mic?
Yeah, I'll get a little closer. Let's see. Most of the time, people told me to stay away from the mic. I have some serious and grave concerns about the way the property tax, the real estate property tax was assessed. I do not believe that it met all the requirements of the Virginia state law. At the tax assessor's office, they had a sheet for anybody that wanted to have their homes reassessed, and that they had a little section there at the top that said that y'all were going to have a tax rate hearing on the 11th, I think it was, of April. And I came down for that meeting, and y'all did not hold it on the 11th. Then you postponed it to the following week at a special meeting. Now, we know that under state law, when you advertise the rates, you need to do it 10 days in advance because they also count the weekend. So on the meeting of the 11th, when y'all set the rate to discuss it the following Tuesday, which was a special meeting, that failed to meet the requirements of putting it in a newspaper where people can see it. I came down for that meeting thinking without any notice because I didn't see it in the paper. No one called. You done away with the quarterly Hopewell publication we used to have, which I think y'all need to start getting that out again so that the public can be informed. I came down for that. So I came down about 10 minutes to 7, thinking that y'all were going to have the meeting at 7:30. And when I got down there, two gentlemen went outside and said, Mr. Zevgolis, no sense going up there. They've already held a tax rate, set the tax rate at $1.13. And they did it on their own. Nobody spoke about it. So I went and watched some of the meetings. I noticed at one of the meetings that the rate was set. Vice Mayor Gore was absent from that meeting. Then the following meeting, the mayor was absent when y'all voted on something the second time. I think that seriously, there are two laws that are being violated. One, there's a Virginia law that states specifically that if any appropriation of money in the amount of $500 or more must be done by a majority vote of all elected council members, not council members present. All elected council members must be there. I talked to the Commonwealth Attorney about that. I talked to him 6 years ago, 8 years ago.
Mr. Zevgolis, you have 15 seconds.
Okay. Well, the bottom line is, he told me that's the way they read it, all elected council people. Now, the Virginia law requires that you have to advertise 1 full year. I mean, not full year, 30 days in advance in a local paper. I never saw any paper where it was advertised. You're supposed to put the rate.
Mr. Zevgolis, your time is up.
Well, and apparently y'all not interested in what he's saying, but well, I'm going to say this. I am.
That his time be extended.
Okay.
Second.
All right. There's a motion on the floor and it's been seconded. Is there any discussion? All right, seeing none, roll call, please.
Mayor Gore, I'm sorry, Mayor Pardon,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Joyner,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway.
Yes.
Motion to extend the speaking time for the speaker is passes 7-0.
Right. We know that any time assessments come in over the previous year, they go back to the last year. They don't count new construction, remodeling, anything, just what existed 1 year ago. And if with the new assessments coming in, and if at the current tax rate, which was $1.13, if it comes into more than 101% of additional money, you must publish in a newspaper the amount of money that you collected that year in taxes. If you keep the rate at the $1.13, you must publish how much that will increase it by. You also have to put in a third statement. You have to show the lower tax rate, whatever the rate would be, if it's $1.13, to collect 1% more than what you did the previous year. That rate may come down to 90 cents. Just hypothetically, let's say it happened to be 90 cents that you collect the 101%. You have to show that rate to get that, to keep it at 101%. You have to show that rate. Then you have to show the rate if it stays at $1.13. Then you have to publish the percentage that was difference that the tax was elevated. In other words, if it's 100,000 here and it went to 150,000, then it went up 50%. You've got to show that. And I never saw anything in the paper that advertised that. The other thing is, what I'm suggesting is, in my opinion, and I'm not representing anybody else, no coalition or anything, there was a lot of mistakes made. And I can understand it. Y'all had a lot of turnover here. You got a lot of new council people, and I fully understand that. But the state also gives you a way out of that. And the way out of that is if council fails to follow the procedures, the tax rate automatically comes back to whatever the rate is for 100, to bring you 1% more than you got the year before. Now, that doesn't mean that council sometime later, a month from now, can't start it again and raise the tax rate. Council has the authority to raise the tax rate, but you still have to follow those procedures. And another area that council's making a big mistake on is on your consent agenda. Our charter specifically says that you must, when you raise your taxes, you have to have 2 readings. You don't have to have 2 separate public hearings. If it was somebody, and the reason for the 2 readings is because council could possibly set a tax rate while somebody's out of town. Then when they get back in town and they say, that affects my property, I got something, they got a second chance to address it. And all your code of ethics, the Virginia Municipal League, and everybody says you should never put the second reading of something major on a consent agenda. Y'all passed a consent agenda tonight. I have no idea what was in that consent agenda. It wasn't put up there on the screen. I didn't find the agenda out there on the table, what y'all are going to do tonight. So the people that are listening, whether it's by TV, rerun, or whatever, have no idea what was passed in that consent agenda. And Virginia Municipal League's always warned you, don't put anything that's controversial. And you know that any council person or the consent agenda can request an item on the consent agenda to be pulled off so that the other councilors can have some say about it and it can be some discussion on it. When you put it on the consent agenda, it makes the public feel that y'all trying to hide something. It's the worst thing you can do. And right now, and I tried to warn the city attorney back then when he put that on a consent agenda. I said, Virginia Municipal League specifically says you don't want to put anything that's controversial. That's for routine stuff. A consent agenda is good because it gets rid of a lot of stuff that is just routine. But you never put something as serious as a second reading of an ordinance that's going to raise your taxes or have effect on your land. We also had a procedure on city council for the 16 years that I served up there we all agreed that we would never take action on in anybody's ward if that counselor wasn't present. So that if you're representing Ward 1 and you were out for whatever reason, you don't want the other 6 counselors making a decision that affects your ward. It's only common courtesy. And I'll finish up with this one last thing. I've often said, and I said it every time that I was reelected on council, and I went to every Freedom of Information Act, went to everything that governed the laws. The same way with the charter. Every council person by Virginia law has 14 days after election to understand what the charter's about and to understand the laws that they are operate by. That's required. And this is not to disparage city attorneys, city managers, department heads, or anybody else, what I'm about to say now. What the city attorney tells you, what staff tells you, with all that, that's their opinion to the best of their knowledge. Somebody may be quoting something that was old law and they're not aware of that. So if y'all violate a law based on the information that you get, and again, this is not any disparagement of the city attorney, the courts can still hold you liable for it. But if you get the opinion from the Commonwealth attorney, and that's what I always done if I had a disagreement with the city attorney, because if the Commonwealth attorney tells you something, even if he's wrong, you have automatic immunity. They can't prosecute you for your Commonwealth attorney. They specifically say that in state law. If it's a city attorney, a judge can take it under advisement if he wants to, but it doesn't automatically grant each individual council people from being held responsible. And so it's very important that the council, I am a little disappointed because you do have 3 councilors on there that's been there for a while, and you have some new ones, and I can understand where some errors can be made on that. But I was hoping that when I watched the reruns, that one of my former counselors that I work with would have said something about that. And I'm not saying, I used to get in a lot of battles with the city attorney. And I felt pretty good when I went into the city clerk's office one day and the city attorney was in here and said, you know, if Councilor Zevgolis tells you something, he's going to be 98% correct on it. He didn't know it, but he said he's going to be correct on it. Folks, read the charter and do your homework. And I was hoping, I did talk to the Commonwealth attorney about 2 weeks ago, and he told me he'd call me back the next day. And I never got a call back at all. He said he was going to call over here and talk, I guess, maybe with the city attorney or city manager to find out what was going on. But what I'm suggesting to you right now, in my opinion, y'all have to go to the lower rate automatically. That's the law. If you don't follow the procedures to set the rate at that $1.13, then it's not rated. You've got no choice. It's got to go back to whatever the lower tax rate was, so you collect no more than 100. If you collected $1 billion, you can only get $1.1 billion, the 1% more. And that's what I'm suggesting to you, that y'all need to take that under advisement or consideration, because I could personally bring a lawsuit. I have standing as a taxpayer city of Hopewell. I can go ahead and bring a suit or ask the judge to put an injunction, to get an injunction to halt that. Because the rate, I do appreciate the fact that I know of 2 councilors that tried to lower it to a penny, but that wasn't the point. Do it right. Do it right. And, and do your homework, folks. Read that charter. And at one time, and I'll finish this in 1 minute.
Oh, Lord. All right.
That's almost impossible for me to do, but
Don't take advantage of my motion.
I'm sorry.
Don't take advantage of my motion.
Well, thank you, Madam Pelham.
I'm sorry.
I'll tell you what, I forgot what I was gonna say, so I ended it right there.
Thank you, Mr. Zevgolis.
See you later, Tony.
All right, is there anyone else that would like to speak on this public hearing in the audience?
Yes,
Okay.
I signed up on the sheet, but I don't know what happened. It's up there.
Yeah. Yeah, Mr. Shelton, you signed up for communications from citizens.
I signed up for what?
Communications from
Oh, I thought it was
citizens.
a free bus ride or something. My name is John Shelton. I've lived here in Hopewell since probably '89. Came here in '70, whatever. Fort Neverly. Anyhow, our problem in Hopewell right now is the homeless. Now I know a lot of you.
Excuse me, Mr. Scarce. Mr. Shelton has the floor.
What did I get in front of you? All right, well, I'm sorry, okay. We have a homeless problem here in Hopewell. I'm sure you're all aware of it, yes or no? Or maybe, or D, all of the
Mr.
above.
Shelton, this is a public hearing on the tax rate, not
Oh.
homeless.
Two strike.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak on the public hearing for the tax rate tonight? Okay, seeing no hands. Public hearing is now closed. All right. At this time, is there a motion on the floor?
To adjourn? What were we motioning?
No,
Dr. Manker's mo-
for the tax resolution.
Yes,
Oh, for the tax resolution?
to approve and adopt the tax resolution for the proposed tax rate for 2023 is the motion on the floor.
When
Vice Mayor Gore?
So, after we just heard the speech,
I was about to say the same thing.
I called Council Zoner, because of course Tony Boney, so after I heard a speech from Tony Boney, I don't know if I feel comfortable.
Nope.
And without having, the city
You
attorney.
talking to Mike?
Just double check. Just double check what he's saying, because, I know I've made comments about second readings before, but so I didn't catch this one, but I do have concerns about that. So thank you for bringing this to our attention. I'll just ask for her to look over it, and I don't want to mess up the timing of the manager for helping the offices, the treasurer's office, and whoever needs to get their bills ready. So I would ask that council supports allowing the city attorney to do her research to verify, and if everything's in clear, just having a special meeting to just simply adopt this one thing.
We have a meeting on Thursday anyway for expenditures. We could do it at
Do you
a
have time? Do you think that's
Yeah,
enough
that's
time
fine.
for you? Okay.
I can have an answer for council.
So I'll make a
Thursday.
motion, table this until Thursday,
Okay.
special
Second
meeting.
that.
Okay.
Postpone.
All right. Is there a second?
A second.
Second.
Motion to
Okay.
postpone.
Motion's been made by Vice Mayor Gore, seconded by Councilor Joyner. Is there any more discussion? Councilor
Yes.
Holloway.
The Vice Mayor, so you're requesting the information for the second reading, right? Can
No,
we-
about the points raised.
Oh, I was about, thank you. I was just making sure that was the motion.
No, I was just mentioning that this year have raised questions about second reading myself.
Right.
So once he said that, I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah, I
so-
asked about that too.
okay.
So yeah, so the motion to make clear is to look into all his points. Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no more lights, roll call, please.
Mayor Pardon?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gore?
Yes.
Councilor Joyner?
Yes.
Councilor Harris?
Yes.
Councilor Denton?
Yes.
Councilor Pelham?
Yes.
Councilor Holloway?
Absolutely, yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Okay. Moving on to communications from citizen. Madam Clerk, will you please read the statement? Just let her read the statement first, and then we'll let you talk.
All right, just a minute. Go ahead, read the statement then.
This is communication from citizens?
Yeah.
Okay. A communication from citizens period, which is limited in total time to 30 minutes, is part of the order of business at each regular council meeting. All persons addressing council shall approach the microphone, give their name, and if they reside in Hopewell, their ward number. They shall limit their comments to 3 minutes. No one is permitted to speak on any item scheduled for consideration on the regular agenda of the meeting. All remarks shall be addressed to the council as a body. Any questions must be asked through the presiding officer. Any person who makes personal, impertinent, abusive, or slanderous statements or incites disorderly conduct in council chambers may be barred by the mayor from further audience before council and removed, subject to appeal to a majority of council pursuant to City Council Rules 405 and 406.
Mr. Shelton?
Yes. I don't want to keep anybody here any longer than what it already is, so I'm going to step out really quick. But what I'm going to tell you right now is I do have ability to develop a plan for the homeless here in Hopewell. I've worked, I don't know, we're Army Family Year 84 and 85 at Fort Lee, Scoutmaster at Fort Lee, brought to Godspeed and Discovery here in 84. Then they shipped me to West Point to spoil all of, never mind. But anyhow, I want to develop a plan for the homeless here in Hopewell. I believe I have an idea. We have plenty of empty buildings right here also. We could probably have donations made to help establish maybe some domiciles so these people can stay. Now, has anybody been over the library lately?
Yes.
Yeah. So who'd you find out sleeping outside next to the building? Anybody? Yeah, okay. Well, that's not the only place, okay? There's a lot of people that live in their cars here in Hopewell, all right? It seems to me that after you get to a certain age, because you seem like you have no more use that can be given to the populace of the community that you live in, I believe there is a way to energize these people enough unless it is a mental illness issue. Now, we have people in the state that take care of things like that. I assume we have people in Hopewell that can take care of things like that. It's not going to be like the city that's the west of here that just happened to them. I don't know if anybody's familiar with that. They had a homeless problem also, and it turned into a really bad thing. It's not going to happen in Hopewell. I have the ability to fix things. I fixed things at the military over here for 20-something years, and I did a pretty good job of it too. But I am willing to donate my time and my effort to the city of Hopewell free of charge because I already get paid 2 times already through the military and the job that I finished. So I'm willing to donate and volunteer my time in order to help this thing. I think we can do it. There are enough people here in Hopewell that are retired. There's enough materials and things in this Hopewell right here to help build the situation. There's plenty of empty buildings here in Hopewell. Those things can be used. Yes, we have a winter coming up also. A warming shelter or whatever you want to call it, that's fine. But I think there's better things than that. We have churches over here that donate food every Sunday. Now, get the churches involved in the communities. Okay? One of the pastors over here at one of the churches over here told me one day, he says, you know, I feed the people here at the church before I give the sermon, and they all leave. I said, okay, give the sermon first and then feed them. Well, I never thought about that. So it worked. I know it sounds stupid, but it did work, okay? I'm from Texas. It's a little bit different in Texas. We care about the people that we hope, live, and love with, okay? I helped unload the commodities trucks and things like that when I had holes in my shoes and my pants, but yet I saw people drive up in nice cars and whatever. I don't really care about that. That's not what it's all about. The things in life are not about things. And Oko, if you have any fate will open doors for you that are closed to other people. And that's one reason why I'm here right now. I think I can do something for the community to help them. And I'm not going to do it all by myself either, because there's other people out there that live here with the Hopewell community that will probably want to help. And that's a good thing. So I will leave you today with this in your mind. I will be back probably next week. And when I do, I will present a program to the city council, or I'll go back over here to the city manager's office where I was today, and we'll present a written proposal to help try to commit and continue the helping of the people that have been forgotten in the Hopewell community. I used to repair the sewing machines for the Virginia Quilters Association. They had it laid up in McKinney. Nobody had checked on her for 8 days. She had died in her home, and she was a cat lady, and the cats had already eaten her fingers off.
Oh, my goodness.
Yes, that's the truth. And because nobody cared about the people that live without in the community. And those are the people that we have to check on. The lady lives over in Sussex. The fire department checks on her. She's from France. She can't speak a word of English. They asked me, said, how can you go to all these countries, Sergeant Shelton, and you get all these jobs done and you don't even speak the language? I said, okay. I have a pencil and a piece of paper, and I can draw a picture. And that worked. It's okay. I don't speak the language here in Hopewell either. But I'll tell you what, if we can reach the hopeless, the homeless, and the people that are having mental issues, I think we can do something. Because we're not going to sit around on our thumbs and not do anything. This guy over here needs help. I haven't talked to him yet, but I went over and talked to Chris today, and I told him what my plans were. He said, you know, he wished me all the luck in the world. That's good. But the thing is, we have to do something. And everybody can donate maybe a couple of minutes or something as far as a suggestion or whatever, donate goods or whatever the case is. We have enough crap around here in our garages to hold the biggest yard sale in the United States. Don't tell me it's not true, because I know a lot of you got stuff in your garages. All right, with that, I'm going to finish today and tell you all good luck, take it easy, and may you all hope and win the lottery. Bye.
Thank you. All right, is there anyone else that has not signed up? Let's see, hold on. Is there a Claude Ward?
Well, let me ask you this real quick first. Can I talk on the rental inspection program?
Yeah, I mean, you just, we just need a motion to waive the rules.
It's not on the agenda.
Well, I mean,
So move to waive the rules.
Okay, my name's Claude Ward.
Hold on one
we gotta
second.
vote.
Is there any discussion? See, okay.
I don't know if that's necessary, because the rule is it can't be on the agenda. We're in a separate meeting, so he should be able to talk about it, right?
It's on the agenda.
It's on the agenda.
On the
It's on
the work session.
Oh, no, it was a work session. That's right. It wasn't the
It's a
agenda.
separate meeting.
It was a work session. Never mind, you can do it.
So is that your
I thought
ruling?
this was just citizens' comments.
That's the whole thing is the.
Hold on, everybody, hold on.
So they can comment on anything.
Ms. Ferguson, Smith?
I'm researching it right now. It was part of the work session. I don't believe Rule 411 talks about whether or not citizens can comment on work session items. However, they are open to the public. It says, however, public comment is only appropriate at the regular meeting where the official action is to be taken on the work session issue. So that's not where we are.
No,
Okay,
So you can comment.
he can comment.
okay, so you can comment.
Withdraw the motion.
All right, my name's Claude Ward. I have several rental houses here in Hopewell in wards 1, 3,
speak in the
5,
mic, sir?
6, and
Can you
7.
speak into the mic, please?
Can't hear you.
Yes, I have several rental houses here in Hopewell, and they go across all the wards, 1, 3, 5, 6, and 7. I do live in Enon. I don't live in Hopewell, but my dad started these, and he lived in Hopewell. I was born and raised here. But anyway, my one comment, I had a whole sheet here, but y'all answered some of them through the work session. But my one thing is, if this is to be resurrected, my thought, the biggest thought I have, why don't we look at the ones that are the problem first instead of throwing a blanket on this? The court system has one, and the reason I speak of this, I have a neighbor beside one of my places. He's having a lot of trouble. He's going to the courts. He's been doing the escrow, but he's still having problems. I don't know if the city's been involved. He hasn't acted like it, they have. But to my thing, that's where it should start. If we want these houses cleaned up and presentable to make the ones that are taking care of their places look better, I think this would be a smaller place to start and would put a nail on the problem. And then it can be expanded and gone through with the practice and whatnot to implement the full program of the inspections. And honestly, too, I think it only should be 4 or 5 year cycles, not every time a tenant moves out, because, I mean, it's going to get inspected, and they know it's going to get inspected, so it should be kept up to a certain standard. And that's really all I have to say tonight on that, and hope you take that in consideration on it. To me, that's just the best way to start it. You go to the problem. You don't go around it or throw a blanket on it and hope that someone gets their problem solved, which could be months down the road or even years before they get to their house to be inspected, and they're having a problem. So I thank you for your time, and I hope it comes about.
Thank you. All right, next is Paul Loftus. Paul Loftus?
Not here.
Nope, okay. Rebecca Frazier? Rebecca Frazier? Nope, okay. Mr. Zavgolis?
He's already did it.
Just as far as communications, I know that council has a problem with their budget and things like that. There's always been a lot of discussion about council further in the education, going to the National League of Cities, going to the Virginia Municipal League, things do. And we never prevented any council person from going to that. And we paid their expenses, and it's no picnic. When I went to every one that they had, and it wasn't like a vacation for us because I was away from my family, away from my children, and I spent from 8 o'clock, even sometimes 7 o'clock in the morning till 5 o'clock in the evening doing those classes. So there should be no restrictions. You need to go to every one of the every year the Virginia law changes, especially when it comes to the Freedom of Information Act. I never missed one in the 16 years I was on council. And we have that same thing for our city attorney, our city managers, our department heads. We do pay their expenses. It's not a vacation for them to do this. So if you're not doing it now, you need to budget, they're going to ensure that you budget and continue to send your council people to the Virginia Municipal League and to the National League of Cities.
Amen.
Thank you, that's all.
Thank you.
Okay.
Put that travel budget in place.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak during the communications from citizens? Going once, twice, okay. Moving on to regular business, R1, Ms. Martinez.
Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, members of council. Tonight I come before you on behalf of Harry E. James' fourth grade class. I probably should have followed it up right after the Cub Scouts because they did such an amazing job because it kind of correlates to the request I have recently received from Harry E. James. Harry E. James has, fourth grade class has just completed a self-advocacy presentation lesson plan. And during this event, they actually learned about self-advocacy, and one of the projects that they wanted to complete was to create banners that they can go into our city parks. Per City Council's request, I know we are working on an arts commission for public display of the banners and public art. So I wanted to bring this to you all tonight to seek your guidance on how we want to move forward since the commission is not up and running as of yet, but we are working on that. As you can see, there are 4 different designs out of each of the fourth grade class. They work together collaboratively to make this banner. They are 8x6 banners. It'll be vinyl, and they again requesting to place them in our city parks to help remind people that when they're in the parks that there are kids playing, and that in regards to that they need to stop and think about their actions while they're in front of the youth. So obviously we would like to support this. However, it is obviously up to City Council as to how we want to incorporate these banners into our city parks. So this is the first design from Harry E. James. And these are included in your packet. The only one that's not will be the last one, which I just received a couple days ago. This is a second design. Our third design. And our fourth design. This was presented to me by innovation coach, Ms. Christine Weston from Harry E. James. Again, they are just requesting that City Council take action tonight because their goal is to have them into our parks by June 6th. That is their quote-unquote deadline. I believe that innovation coach Weston is actually going to reach out to you all to invite you all to come to the school to kind of meet the kids that created these banners as well. So the 4 sites for the parks, the locations, they were looking to look at Arlington, Woodlawn Park, Kings Court Playground, and they not had decided the fourth one, but my recommendation would probably be City Point Playground. And that is my presentation on behalf of Harry E. James. If you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer those.
Okay. First is Vice Mayor Gore, then Councilor Holloway.
So are they asking us, one, how can we display the banner in the parks, or can they display the banner?
The request is, can they display the banners in our parks for forever? They are vinyl print banners that they have printed out. They already have them available, and they would like to put them in our parks.
Okay. I don't know about forever because they'll get messed up, right? And then if we have other stuff, they need to move. So me personally, I think you set the time period because you manage the parks. You know if they're looking kind of need to be replaced or whatever. I said that they can't really be there forever because they're vinyl. They'll get messed up, wear and tear. And so I would say, me personally, leave it up to the director who oversees the parks to, give them a time period for which they can display it. And then, just have it just like this sculpture that we have requested. It's only for a certain amount of time. So,
yes, ma'am.
But they have the banners. They have everything. Do they have extra banners?
They only printed out 4, one of each of those designs that you see for you tonight.
Do you know how much it costs?
They did not give me an estimate. They, like I said, they took care of everything in house.
What size is it?
I would ask.
It's an
Sorry.
8x4 banner.
So I would ask, can you ask them how much it costs? Because I actually want to put some banners in my ward. Actually, I have a lot of complaints on Jackson Farm Road about kids playing and the cars speeding, especially in Parkview Point. And I have a lot of complaints on Kipax Drive. So if you tell me the cost, I like to see if I can just donate money to get some more of their banners printed. I'll give it to you, whoever I can give it to you. So I want to be able to put them up in the ward, in my ward. But absent that, I don't know if anybody wants to make a motion. I just have a motion that we approve them to put the banners in the park and allow the Director of Development, Director of Parks and Recreation to determine the length of time for display.
Okay. Motion's been made by Vice Mayor Gore, seconded by Councilor Joyner. We have Councilor Holloway and then Councilor Pelham.
Yeah, thank you for bringing this came out of the class. Harry James was the girl that lost her life, I think. Thank you for bringing it to us as quickly as you have. And I would say that even though they can't stay forever, maybe you can consider doing it on an annual basis when it's National Kid Day or something, just to remind people that children do count and they are our future. Or maybe they would partner with the schools and maybe every year they may rotate and do a different type of, give other children an opportunity to express themselves and get these feelings out that they're afraid and they want to feel better. And when they do this and they see the artwork at the playground, it really will make them subconsciously feel more safe, I believe. So kids are expressing themselves, and I really appreciate your efforts in making this happen for the kids, especially
Absolutely.
all the kids, but it giving the Harry James family a big relief.
Councilor Pelham, I know you have the floor, but do you mind? There is it's a partnership that we have. It's Kid Park. It's some group what's the People to Playground? Do you remember the name of the organization?
Kaboom.
No, it's National Park.
Yeah, it's Kids in the Park Day.
Kids in the Park Day.
Yes,
that's the day you're talking about.
Yeah, well,
so do you
whatever
want to make a friendly amendment to my motion to say, and for
to revisit it every, what's it called?
Kids in the Park Day.
Kids in the Park Day.
Every year, so that we can not forget and let it be an ongoing thought. After you display it, it's the initial time. Yes, ma'am.
So
Yes.
I'm switching my motion to include that, so I forgot who made a second.
You okay with that,
Councilor Joyner?
Perfect.
Okay.
Perfect. Second it. Yeah.
All right. Are you finished, Councilor Pelham?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
All right. Councilor Holloway.
I think you may have answered this question. Can we see these banners again? We are approving each one of these banners, or are we selecting a banner to choose to go all over the city?
So my recommendation, the staff recommendation was, prior to knowing that they had already had them printed, was to select one banner to do uniformity across all parks. That was before I knew that they had actually taken the initiative and printed them off all together. So these are these are the 4 banners that they have prepared.
Okay, can we see them one more
Absolutely.
time?
This is banner 1. And this one's with all the hands and, stop, please, thanks, kids are playing here. We have banner number 2. The main light is stop and think, kids are playing here. Love, not hate, be the reason someone smiles.
Be thoughtful of our community
And be kind. Yes, sir. Stop and think, be mindful, be aware of your surroundings. Kids are playing here. Stop and think, protect us, you could save a life.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think that was,
All right.
I do have a question.
Yes.
I concur with Vice Mayor Gore. Is that's something we can use, but if we're gonna place them in our wards, can we use our ward funds instead of for the?
Yes, you can. I was hoping you wouldn't catch on. Yes. The marketing money, you can. You got until next week.
The 31st.
Uh-oh, 31st. 7 days.
30th, whatever the last day is. The last
Any other
day in the
today?
month.
I want you to add people to her list.
We want multiple of them.
There's a motion.
Are there any other questions or comments?
Vote.
Okay.
I just want to comment about the banners too, because Harry E. James is special to me because I went to Harry E. James when it was in Davisville, and they turned it into a mattress factory. And the mattress factory burnt down about a month or so ago.
Yep.
And these things right here make me want to put banners all up around that to commemorate that area.
Oh.
And I think that's what I'm gonna do. So this right here is special to me. So I don't know that anybody knew that Harry E. James was once on Terminal Street, which is now Reverend C.W. Harris Street. But that's where it was, Carter G. Woodson's high school. So I think it'd be proper for us to show this work right here wherever we can. I'm done.
Okay. Are there any other comments? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Mayor Pardon,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Joyner,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Okay.
Thank you.
R2, Mr. Maurice Wilkins.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pardon, Vice Mayor, Madam Gore, and the rest of City Council. The City of Hopewell has been honored to receive a Safe Streets for All grant that was applied, that was given consent last year. And today, I am here to ask that you all allow us to get the grant. And the grant is $196,800 from the federal side with a 20% match on the city side of $49,200. And the total is $246,000. And I have taken the initiative to talk with the Department of Planning, Department of Economic Development, and Department of Public Works to form a team that will come together and carry out the grant if you all approve it tonight. And that is my ask. And that it comes from salary savings.
Okay. I saw.
Any questions?
Saw Counselor Joyner's light.
No.
And Pelham and Holloway.
Oh, that was Harris. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You guys flash them too fast. Just hold.
That's not mine.
Hold the light, and then I'll look over and I'll nod. So that.
It's not me.
Counselor Harris.
I'm new at this, so I need some experience. Like Mr. Zepgola said, I need to do my homework about even putting the flasher on. Well, I like this plan right here. To me, it's something that has come about in my short time on council. And I myself have received several calls in regards to street safety. And this right here is something that we're talking about, giving stuff back to the people, giving them something that they need, something that they want. And I think that we can on several streets throughout our community. So I'm definitely in favor of this. And it's something I think is gonna be worth our while. And from what I understand, this is not the end of this, because there's more money that's involved with this that we can definitely use. Okay.
Okay. Counselor Holloway?
I was about to ask, I needed clarification on exactly what this was, but I needed a refresh. I was kind of lost before I voted on it.
I have a question.
Okay, Counselor Pelham?
Can we use this money to erase some of the bike routes?
I knew you were going to do that. I second that motion.
I mean, seriously, to get rid of the parking in the middle of the street, that, I saw almost an
We
accident.
are, excuse me, Counselor
Yes,
Pelham.
sir.
We are currently working on fixing some portions of the bike lanes.
Yeah, so for High Avenue, Alder Road,
Yes,
West Broadway, East
absolutely.
Broadway.
High Street.
Just the parking in the middle of the street, if nothing else. I just almost saw an accident. And can we use that money for that? Or you got other money?
Well,
we have
we would not be
savings.
able to, go ahead.
We have savings from the bike lane project. And so we're gonna use those savings to reorganize some
Will
of
that
the
be
bank
done?
thing.
What's the timeline on that?
We're still gathering quotes. We went over one or two today and
Is
it
that
did
being
not
brought
come
back,
out
Counselor?
the way we expected it to.
Is that
So
being
we're
brought
at-
back to council?
Hold on, everybody. Hold on. Counselor Pelham still has the floor.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
But to answer your question, Counselor Pelham, no, this money would not be used for
Okay,
that.
great. Thank you so much.
Okay. Vice Mayor Gore?
Listen, I must have vote for this, but now the box is open. I have one question. Literally, and my neighbor asked me this yesterday, so reminds me to
talking
ask
to
the
Mike.
question. On Broadway, when they moved the yellow line,
Right.
it like scraped the whole thing up the street. Is that in your quote?
So we received the quote
I mean, is it-
yesterday.
No, but I mean,
Okay.
is the fixing that in the quote?
It's fixing from Randolph to the 7-Eleven. We did not have enough to get all the way to West
I'm
Main.
just saying, fixing the scrape in the quote.
Yes,
So that's all I need to know.
yes.
Thank you. That's all I care about.
How do we know what's being revamped and redone? Since we got Pandora blocks open, let's open it up for a second, because I have received
Let me send her a message now.
I don't know who award it is right now. I think it's Councilor Harris's award, Harry James. Everybody, I ain't gonna say everybody, but most of the parents, when I'm visiting the schools, have complained about that one lane being there. And I got to experience it the other day, so it quickly reminded me of it. That needs to just be moved. I don't know if we can fix that. It just needs to be moved right there. In the morning time, I don't know if y'all have had the opportunity to go down there, but it's no longer 2 lanes, it's 1 lane. So already when it was 2 lanes operating for Harry James, and parents are dropping off and we have to drop off in the morning time, that line is all the way down the street already. Now that it's only 1 lane, nothing's moving.
Right. Currently today I have it. It's not finalized yet. I still need to get the city manager's signature. But the scope agreement has been signed by me, has been signed by the contractor. I just need to get the city manager's signature. And we are going to put from Courthouse Road to the Prince George County line, we're going to put that back to the 4 travel lanes.
Yes.
Thank
'Cause it will
God.
be, it will be milled, paved, and it will have 4 travel lanes.
Okay,
We're going to put it
great.
back the way it was. I just need to get the city manager's signature, and that will be in the works.
Amen.
Now, as far as
Broadway.
from Broadway, from North 6th Street all the way out to South Mesa, we do not have enough money per se. That is, unless we get the total funding, and if we all work together and do that. But the money that the Department of Engineering currently has, it is not enough to do from North 6 to South Mesa.
How much does it take?
However, excuse me,
How much does it take? How much you need?
I would have to get a total quote. Now, I will say, just to do from North 21st to South Mesa, mill it, pave it, restripe it, that total came out to
And we know you're getting
300. It's $375,000 just to fix from North 21st to South Mesa. And now, if we add in from North 6th Street to North 21st all the way out to South Mesa, it's a possibility we could be looking at. Well, y'all can take a guess.
$1 million.
Give or take a couple $100,000.
What are we talking about? Are you talking about removing the bike lane?
Milling, paving, and possibly putting in a new bike lane and parking pattern.
So you telling me to fix it
Costs just as much.
costing way more than the initial putting it down at $487,000?
Exactly. So since we're here, I have the scope agreement ready for the city manager's signature that's been signed by the contractor for Arlington Road. And we will put that back to the 4 lanes. The parents, they'll have that lane to turn into the school, and everybody can go by them, and there won't be any more traffic jam.
I think this gentleman that came up here in the green shirt might help us organize fundraiser to get that money straight. Because my word, wow, my concern, respectfully, is this going to be brought before council before it's decided on? Because I mean, we the one to get the complaints about it, and I would hate for these things to be done. It's already costing more than the entire project together, and you're redoing something, and then it's not satisfactory. Then we're redoing it again and have to put out more money. So we don't work session this.
Right, and I saw a letter that was issued by the city manager saying that we would work on a fix. So
there was 2, we had a work session, well, not a work session, we had a public meeting. There was communication to the council in a letter stating that there was 2 roads identified that needed the most attention, and that we would use savings because we didn't complete the entire project. So there's savings. We did not complete the South Mesa Road.
Right.
Okay, so there's savings from that.
No, that wasn't my question.
And so I understand your question. And so we were going to repave those roads that everybody identified was the ones that needed the most attention. The road in front of the school, that's the one we've identified that we need to use those savings to go ahead and correct. It is the West Broadway that we received the quote for today that is outside of what is remaining. And so now we are trying to determine how much of the road we can repair with what is remaining without having to come back to council, or if we do need to have a work session to see how we can change the entire road from where Randolph is all the way to West Mesa.
So my question wasn't quite still answered.
Okay.
So my question is, I had the understanding in that portion. the decision of how it's being done, what's being done?
What's being done? We took out the parking lanes in the middle of the street. That is a lot of the complaints that I receive and that I've received from council as well.
Correct. Okay, so I just wanted to see if that was gonna be given to us before it was done.
Well, we
So
can,
it's just
we
a
can
removal
email
of-
it out, email out the plan to you if you'd like to see it.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Counselor Joyner?
Yeah, I really want to speak to the Broadway section. It's an accident waiting to happen, and it looks like a bunch of clowns came and drew, lines everywhere. It really does. I mean, it makes absolutely no sense. And I think, of all the things we have done that have brought about criticism from our citizens, it is valid criticism. And I think the fact that we have waited so long to make these changes is really, we do the citizens a grave disservice. Now, I realize that, we've got to get the monies and that kind of thing, but I really think it needs to be a priority. We need to figure it out pretty quickly, because I don't think it's useful or safe for it to continue to stand like that. And I'm thrilled that you're going to do, Arlington Road and that kind of thing. I'm thrilled that, that's going to be addressed, because that's important. But Broadway Broadway was a broad way at one time. And now it is like, where do you go? And people are not, it's dangerous. It's just very dangerous and confusing. And I hope that something's going to be done sooner than later. And we can maybe figure it out. I know you're trying to do the best you can, but I think it really does need to be a priority. I'm glad the Pandora's box was open tonight. So, anyway. And I do have one question about this. Now, this is a broad request with this grant. So it's just a very broad-based sort of thing. How are you're going to determine what kinds of things we do with this? Is that the way you're going to approach it?
Well, the Safe Streets for All grant, it will allow us to work along in tandem with the engineering firm.
Okay.
And we will collect data, crash data, pedestrian accident data, motorcycle data, bicycle data, crosswalk data, intersection data. We will be able to get all of this data, and then we will see our trouble areas in the city of Hopewell. And then we will formulate an action plan. And with the action plan, we'll be able to submit it to the Federal Highway Administration, and we'll be able to apply for an implementation grant.
Okay, so this is really more planning. This is a planning grant, basically.
It's an action plan grant.
Investigating and gathering the data. Okay.
Yes,
okay.
ma'am. And
Alrighty.
like I said, I've talked with Streets Supervisor for Public Works, Department of Planning, Department of Economic Development, and Department of Engineering. We're going to come together as a team and work on formulating the plan together.
Okay, thank you.
In collaborative leadership.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Mr. Wilkins.
All right, Counselor Holloway, Pelham, and then Harris.
Respectfully, I just want to reiterate, I've been here for 5 months, so I did not approve that original bike lane.
When did? It was like 2018, right?
Yeah, I just want to know it was done in 2018, so I want to reiterate that was done in 2018. So, and a lot of us, including this engineer, wasn't here at that time. So it's a working process, but we just want the citizens to know that we working on getting it corrected. Thank you again for your time and your efforts.
Counselor Pelham?
It doesn't matter when you came, you're here. Thank you for all your efforts, and I just wanted to say, basically, thank you for looking at the safety of the children and their parents first, and correcting that situation, and then working toward the other streets throughout Hopewell. But it's when all the things that you name, it's not just a simple case where you can just paint over them white lines. You gotta do all this grading and all this other stuff, because paving companies have to get their money. I mean, 'cause it boils down to, I mean, if you can remove the paint, it will bring restore the road the way it was, right? I mean, it seems simple to me, but engineers, y'all know how to expand stuff.
I actually talked with the contractor, Pro Markings, that put the lines down, and the pavement on West Broadway, it's so degraded per se that going in and eradicating those lines, like the lines is not paint, it's thermoplastic. So it's actually a thick plastic, and it needs to be grinded up. And the condition of the asphalt is to a point, as if we go grind the asphalt up, we're actually going to do more damage than help. So it needs to be milled and paved, and then restriped. And then if we were to go black it out, they have material called blackout material where we can go over it.
Right.
But the aesthetics of it just will not look becoming.
Okay. But it won't look becoming, but will it be safer?
It will bleed through eventually
Okay.
over time,
Okay. I'm just
and we'll be
brainstorming.
with the same problem
Okay.
again.
Thank you.
Counselor Harris?
I understand other ideas about safety in the streets and roads that need some repairing. Or what I don't want to lose sight of is what this R2 is about. And it's about the DOT Safe Streets and Roads for All Action Plan Grant. And for us, right, I need you to explain, is this the end of the road for this money? If not, is it something else that it can be forthcoming?
This money will be used to formulate the action plan. The action plan will be used to apply for an implementation grant. The implementation grant will do the actual constructive work.
Okay, I just wanted to be straightened out because I don't, our citizens are listening. And I don't want to get them confused when we start talking about fixing another street or doing something else that's already in progress. I don't want to mix this fruit so people don't understand what's really happening with it.
And the action plan grant is required to apply for the implementation grant, which can be upwards $4 million and upwards of projects and construction for safer streets.
Yeah, that's what I want to get across to our citizens that's listening. Thank you. And thank you for your efforts.
You're welcome.
Are we calling for action?
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion that we allow the engineering department, where is it? The engineering department to staff recommends the city council appropriate the total of $246,000 to fund action plan, $196,800.
The motion is to approve $49,200 from salary savings to.
Yeah, I'm about to say in short. Okay, so let me scratch that. I was gonna read the whole funding. I'd like to make a motion to approve the match for $49,200, which is 20% match for the
DOT Safe Schools and Roads.
safe
grant.
action plan grant.
And that it'll be taken from salary savings?
Yes, and it'll be taken
Okay.
from salary savings.
I'll second it. Is there any other discussion? Seeing no lights, roll call, please.
Mayor Pardon?
Is that the motion that you'll need?
Yes.
Yes.
You were looking,
Yes.
That's it.
you're okay? Okay, 'cause you look like you.
Roll call.
Oh, you, man.
Oh, you called my name, I'm sorry, yes.
What's the motion?
You want to restate the motion?
Yeah, that's fine.
The motion is to appropriate $49,200 from the salary savings as a match grant for the Safe Streets grant.
And to appropriate the total of 246 to the fund and the action plan. That's the total amount of the grant,
Yes.
To appropriate 246.
246,000.
You say something about salary savings?
Yes. I said it already.
The
That's the-
49,200 to come from salary savings.
Okay.
Yes.
Ma'am.
Bless you.
And we're in the middle of roll call. Mayor Pardon,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Joyner.
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
and Counselor Holloway.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Okay. All right. We have no other reports. All right, closing comments. We'll start with Counselor Holloway.
We're not going back into closed session tonight, respectfully. Thank each and every person that came out tonight that expressed your heart to council. And we just want you to know that as your representatives, we hear you. Again, thank you. And yeah, that's it.
Okay. Counselor Pelham?
Yes, it's good to be here tonight again. Thank you for your prayers. Actually, your prayers as we travel northward. I have my oldest granddaughter will be graduating from the Naval Academy on Friday. And so we have a naval officer in our midst. So thank God for that and pray for all the students that are graduating this year. May their careers be long and they attend college safe. Just pray for our young people as they travel in so many different directions, that they may be kept and make sound decisions and look around them like the little kids told us today, to be aware of their environment so they can be safe wherever they go. Great message. Thank you and have a good evening and God bless.
Counselor Denton?
Just wanted to say it was good to see our young people here tonight with some good programs, the banners, the Cub Scouts. It is good to see them being so active in our community. And I hope we all took a lesson from them. And those watching, they'll get active in their community. Thank you and have a blessed week.
All right, Counselor Joyner?
Yeah, I would just like to say thank you to everyone who was in attendance tonight. I did want to make one comment about, and really kind of give special attention to Public Works, to Brian Beasley and Michelle Corneau for doing such a grand job with Ashford Plaza. It just looks so much better, and really want to say thanks to them. And hope you all have a great evening. Thank you.
Counselor Harris?
I also want to thank all who came out tonight, shared with us with this council meeting, and I'm especially glad to hear from individuals like Mr. Zeph Golis. I remember him from the old days, and it's a pleasure listening to you. And I'm glad we gave you all the time you needed to say what you had to say. And then, other than that, hey, you guys have a good evening.
Vice Mayor Gore?
I'll just ask that since we're not going back in closed session, if we amend Thursday's meeting to have a closed session so we can hear back from Mr. Bennett, since he stayed tonight. Does anyone have any objections to add a closed session for Thursday?
I'm fine with that.
All right. Other than that, I don't really have anything. You guys, hopefully everything's going good in your lives, basically. I'm going to be asking some board meetings soon. That's really all I have. Nothing fancy.
All right. I also want to thank the Public Works staff for the beautiful job that they've done out there at Ashford Civic Plaza. I also want to thank Vice Mayor Gore for bringing the Boy Scouts. I thought it was a great way to start our meeting. And then also, it was real encouraging to see tonight a business that not only started in Hopewell but wants to expand in Hopewell, and that Hopewell is good for the small business community. Also want to give a shout out to the John Randolph Foundation. They had another scholarship night scholarship day this past Sunday, and it was real encouraging to see a lot of our youth here in Hopewell, and they're seeing the dreams and aspirations that they have, and wanting to go to college or a trade school or vocational school. And so it does give me hope that there are bright futures here for this city. And so also just want to thank you all for coming, for those that stayed the whole night, and hope you all have a great evening.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, meeting has been adjourned.
Thank you, Mr. Ben and Mr. Morris.
Mr. Holloway?
We're not going back into cooking again.